Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. Today we'll be doing a mix of BlazBlue for a couple hours, and then we'll be doing some Magicraft after that. We'll probably just do some, like, Transcendence 50 runs, and then see where we want to go from there. If we want to go higher up in Transcendence, or just stay at 50. I've been trying to find, like, a good middle ground of difficulty between regular and Transcendence settings. Main issue with Transcendence is that if you start going too high in Entropy settings with it, the enemies start to become really just HP sponges. Mostly in terms of the boss before Susano, and then especially at Susano. Susano just gets a ridiculous amount of HP. Oh, give me just a second to set up one more thing, and then we'll be ready to go. I'm also going to put out a stream goal for this one, where if I get 5 super chats throughout the stream, then I'll do some attempts of Transcendence 100, see if I can beat it on stream. Otherwise, we'll just chill out and hang out. For the first stream, I'll probably do a Noel run. I want to try out the Holy Mark setup on Noel, and then after that I might just take chat suggestions of who they want to see played. Let me just make sure everything is capturing properly, and then we'll start the run. Okay, looks like we're good to go. If there's any audio issues or anything like that, just let me know, though. If you didn't see the video earlier in this week, there's been a Holy Mark build that someone found, and it's been pretty strong. Been able to keep up with a lot of the other meta stuff, at least from what I've tested so far. Hello, welcome to the stream. So this Holy Mark build uses Stable Mark in particular, which makes it where, instead of the Holy Mark breaking the first time you hit it, it makes it where the Holy Mark will last for a duration, and you can just keep proccing the additional damage each time you hit them. It ends up being a lot more DPS than trying to stack the Holy Marks every time you break them once, trying to stack them consecutively like that. Also not Stable Mark, but the final upgrade you get for Holy Marks makes it where if you hit an enemy that has a Holy Mark on them, all enemies will take the damage from the Holy Mark. So it's really useful early game when you don't have a whole lot of AoE attacks yet. And just in general for clearing out regular rooms, makes things a lot smoother. And then what we can also do is go into Light Wave to get another red effect that's going to buff the Holy Marks. I don't quite know if Holy Marks are quite as good as some of the other meta stuff, like Frost and Rend, but I think it's definitely up there in the top spots with them. The thing is, you can take all three of them, too, if you really want to. But Light Wave already pairs well on with Noelle, so we might as well go the Light Wave route that buffs the Holy Marks even more. For early game Noelle, I'm mostly relying on either the potential that lets her mark enemies with dashes and then detonate those marks, or I'm looking for the heavy attack AoE upgrade. Either of those will make her early game a lot more smooth. The marks that you can detonate with her dashes and then her summon button are already really strong on their own, and then the holy marks are just adding to the damage that's dealing. Since I'm able to stack the marks from her potential and the marks from Holy Mark at the same time. Then we can throw in Skill Cold with the build as well. I'd really like to have Ripple Dash or my AoE upgrade for the first boss fight, so I'll just hard reroll there for them. And now we should be pretty much good to go. We don't really have a ton of DPS for the first boss fight, but we can spam dash attacks into it. Proc the Holy Marks pretty quickly. Also, her base skill will proc the Holy Marks quickly as well, since they multi-hit so much. And it goes down pretty easily. Usually there's not really that many issues with the first boss anyways. And here's the upgrade I always want to look out for with Noelle. Her heavy attack, where it says discharges energy to deal AoE damage. It just makes her heavy attacks pretty much infinitely better. They come out faster, they do more damage, they have more range. That was a lot of damage. Wow. Shouldn't be a big deal, because we can heal it back, but I did not expect... I think that was only 2 hits. That is why I take HP mixtures and extra HP mixture healing. The amount of extra healing you get off of the mixtures with mixture enhancement is just really insane. I think I healed like over half my HP there, or at least somewhere near half my HP. And that's every mixture, including the extra ones you can start out with, and then the extra ones you can buy. The value you get out of that Mind Crystal, or those 2 Mind Crystals, is just extremely high when it comes to health sustainability. So here's the red effect we want to look for between Lightwave and Holy Marks. The text on here is really misleading, in my opinion. Lightwave can trigger the Holy Marks and make Holy Marks deal 110% more damage. The text, to me, makes it sound like, in order to get the 110% more damage, the Lightwave has to trigger the Holy Mark. But really what it does is just... it makes Holy Marks deal 110% more damage, regardless of what set them off. So now, not only do we have Holy Marks that we can trigger constantly, thanks to Stable Marked, now they also do double damage compared to before I got that red effect. So the Holy Marks themselves will deal quite a lot of DPS. And then thanks to the other red effect that we started with, the Holy Marks can also trigger Flash for us, which will make enemies miss their attacks. It's a little extra layer of safety. If I take Legacy Flash, so like if I take it here, one thing I can do is I can get an upgrade where the flashes will also deal damage. Which I'll probably go ahead and do... since I don't want Lightwave Stun, I want to make sure I pick up a Lightwave Fast Charging. The other potentials I need to look out for are probably getting the invincibility on my moves, especially on the mark detonations, and then a couple other things I'd like are reload and some of the other skill inputs. But really with Noelle, as long as you have the AoE attack, or the AoE upgrade for her heavy attacks, she doesn't really have too many issues after that. Since I'm on 50 instead of 75, I'm not going to be able to get quite as many potentials as usual, but you can still get quite a lot, even on 50. I don't know how much of a difference it makes in terms of boss health scaling, though, because I think a lot of the scaling comes from just being in Transcendence itself, rather than being in, like, the entropy value of Transcendence, but it does make a difference. I think if I was in, like, 100 or close to there, this boss would have 200,000 HP already, instead of 140,000. I don't remember the exact values. We could go for HP stacking, but I don't think we really need to on this entropy settings, or this difficulty settings in general. And then I only have 2 elements, so I don't think this is going to be stacking very high. We can go for... When it says entropy corruption effect, it means buffs and debuffs. I don't know why they didn't just say buffs and debuffs instead of making up a brand new term out of nowhere, but that's this game for you. There's so many places in this game where it's even like its own terminology is inconsistent between different things, between different like tooltips that do the same thing. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I have no idea why they decided to name it Entropy Corruption instead of just, like, making something obvious. They've never used the word Entropy Corruption before, so they just invented a new term for it randomly. It's annoying because it makes it inconsistent. If you look at the buff that, it's like status damage, I think it's called. That one just says buffs and debuffs, so just make the other thing have the same wording. How am I doing? I'm like half awake at this point. I had a long week, but I'm doing good now. Yeah, I don't know if it's a translation issue or what it is. From what I could tell in the Japanese descriptions of stuff, or the Chinese descriptions, I mean, things weren't much better. But that was all translated stuff. I don't know Chinese myself, so I can't say for sure. Oh! That entire set of enemies just got deleted. Lightwave frocking off of, for detonation marks. Just some really disgusting stuff. If you can proc it on a lot of enemies at the same time. But yeah, remind me after this run, and I'll do a Hazama run. But yeah, I had 2 doctor's appointments back-to-back on Thursday and Friday of this week, and I had to wake up so early in the morning for both of them. So my sleeping schedule is all out of whack right now. One of my appointments was very sketchy as well. I had to have an MRI done, which is normally not a big deal. I don't mind MRIs at all. But the thing is, I had surgery on my chest, and there's a metal bar in my chest right now. So taking that into an MRI is something I had to, like, have cleared, make sure it's not gonna fuck me up when I go into the MRI. But everything worked out fine, so it ended up not being a big deal. It's just, I have to put a lot of trust in the MRI technicians and stuff to actually double-check everything. It's not really that it's, like, unsafe for me to be in an MRI, but it's... certain conditions have to be cleared. I don't really understand all the conditions and stuff, because it was all in, like, medical terminology. But yeah, basically just... I had to hope that people knew what they were talking about when it comes to setting up the MRI properly for me. I guess the wording that they used when they gave me the details was that it's conditionally safe for me to be in an MRI. So who knows what happens if those conditions are fucked up. I imagine it's not good though. So it wasn't pleasant to think about as I was going in. But then, like, once I got into the MRI, it wasn't a big deal. Everything was fine. The metal bars in there because of a condition called pectus excavatum. It's something a lot of people are either just born with or it develops over time. And what it does is basically just make your chest kind of cave in on yourself. So there's like a big dip on my chest, or there used to be at least. Almost like I had like a bowl-shaped dip in my chest in the middle of it. And it was getting to the point of where it was starting to push on my lungs, so it was affecting my breathing a lot. I still have a lot of issues with my breathing even today, but what the bar does is it kind of gradually, like, pushes your lungs back out over time. And it's just something that takes... it's a several-year process to get back to normal again. Oh, you actually have a friend with it too? Yeah. It's something that, it varies from person to person. A lot of times people don't even have to get surgery or anything. It just kind of stays at the point of where... it just kind of stays at the point of where it's manageable, but then for other people it gets to the point of where it's caving in too far. Yeah, it's just a case-by-case thing. I don't think it's real common to need surgery for it, but I just got unlucky there. I think it'll be about another year or so, and then I'll have to have another surgery to get it taken out. I hope the surgery to have it taken out is a lot better than having it put in. Honestly, the pain level wasn't too bad after my first surgery for the most part. The part that really fucked me up was that the painkillers that I was on made me really nauseous to the point of where I could barely eat anything for days or get up to move at all. It was just a miserable experience. So I'm hoping when they take it out, I don't have to be on as many painkillers or anything. Surgeries are spooky. Yeah, they kind of are. I'm usually not one to stress over them a whole lot. I'd rather just get it done with and have the problem solved, rather than worrying about the surgery and putting it off. Plus, I'm getting to the point of where I've had multiple surgeries at this point, so I guess I'm kind of getting used to it too. I've had eye surgery, I've had knee surgery, and now I've had chest surgery as well. I think the chest surgery was probably the most major one. Oh yeah, I had my tonsils taken out as well. I kind of forgot about that one, because that one's not really too big of a deal. The one thing with getting my tonsils taken out is that I got really unlucky. They say you have like 1 or 2 really bad days with like having a sore throat afterwards, usually. I was perfectly fine almost all of the days after my tonsil surgery. And then I happened to have the one bad day on Christmas Day as I was trying to celebrate. Which, it didn't really stop me from being able to celebrate Christmas with family. It was just kind of annoying more than anything else. Especially trying to eat all the good, delicious Christmas food and everything. Hello, welcome to the stream. It definitely does take a little bit of time to get used to each character. But I think that, it also extends the playtime of the game a lot, in my opinion. If you were to only play one character, I feel like the game would get old pretty quickly. And it also really helps that I feel like a lot of all the characters in this game are pretty balanced. There's definitely a couple of them that are just really overpowered, but all of the characters can clear even the highest difficulties without really too many issues once you get a feel for them. There's really no weak or bad character in the game. There's just some characters are strong and some are even stronger. Yeah, doing a random character thing would be fun. I tried to do Reki on Entropy 51 earlier today, in Transcendence, and she kicked my ass. I don't play Noelle enough to know where all of her invincibility timers are. Otherwise, I don't think Noelle would have too hard of a time with Reki, if you know where her invincibility times are. You can definitely deal with Reki on most characters in non-Transcendence mode, but in Transcendence mode, she usually tends to have around 500,000 HP. Makes her a lot more difficult to deal with. Yeah, especially in Phase 2, Reki is a real big issue in Transcendence, because it doesn't seem like Phase 2 is supposed to drain its own health over time, but it doesn't seem like the health drain really scales well with the HP increases. I could just take 2 debuffs for free here. Taking debuffs isn't a bad idea, honestly, because I have effect where they give me more damage. This boss is pretty much free if you're on a ranged character. She's a lot more difficult in Transcendence mode, especially for melee characters. But ranged characters just don't have any issue with her still. I don't think most of the Transcendence bosses are too bad. Except for Transcendence Floating Mind. They gave his lasers a stupid amount of damage. They can easily just one-tap you out of nowhere. Especially when he randomly decides to go diagonal. Him going diagonal threw me off and killed me immediately the first time I tried to fight him. Yeah, the Flying Star is Floating Mind. I honestly think they just fucked up somewhere in the damage calculation, because his lasers should not be hitting for as hard as they are. I've seen them hit for like 200 to 400 damage, and that's with them having the attack speed of hitting multiple times per second. It doesn't seem like something is working properly there. Or just the way that the damage scaling is calculating is just not working with that multi-hit move. So it doesn't look like being in 50 entropy compared to 100 entropy is really doing a whole lot for the HP scaling. At least, was it... Now I'm trying to remember if it's... If Susano has 500,000 on 100, or if he has 700,000. This fight just always feels like it drags on in Transcendence. You can spend like 3 to 5 minutes on it easily, depending on how good of a setup you have. Ooh, that clipped me? I feel like I should have been high enough that that didn't hit me. By freeze boost, do you mean skill cold? It's good on her. You can either use it with the gun throw, you can use it with her base skill. Even the grenade throws do a lot of hits. And then if you get the version of Shroudfall, where it can overexhaust MP to become larger and do more damage, then Shroudfall starts doing a ton of damage. Yeah, it's fine. I figured that was what you meant. Yep. I still really haven't found a good setup of potentials, or I mean a good setup of tactics that I really like on Hazama. Guess we'll probably just go Frost. I could go attack Chain Lightning and Skill Cold. I don't know if I really have an attack Chain Lightning character set up, though. Yeah, I ran Frost on attacks before. It works, but it's just... it doesn't feel quite as good as it could. I also ran a thing where I did the Shadow Lightning Orbs with Dashing Shadows and Shadow Explosions. It works pretty well in normal runs, but in Transcendence it doesn't really do the damage that you need. Honestly, probably the best bet for Hazama is probably running a Blade Ring build, or running a Lightning Orb build with Lightning Orb Thunderbolts and Thunderbolt Light Spheres. He just doesn't really feel like he has the base damage that he needs. I wouldn't be opposed to them buffing his base damage a bit. The Attack Frost is only going to do so much. If the character itself isn't also doing damage on top of it, then the Attack Frost doesn't carry on its own. Whereas with a build like the lightning orbs and light spear stuff, those tactics actually can just carry on their own, regardless of what the character itself is doing. Which is kind of why I don't like them as much. But sometimes you just kind of have to run them. And I think that's probably going to be the case for Hazama. I don't think I've made a video about it yet, but these tactics are very strong now. Ever since they buffed a lot of the... They buffed pretty much everything about Blade Rings. So you want Summon Blade Ring, Precision Cut, Skill Poison Ring, and Consecutive Blade Rings. And then every time you have a Poison Field active, your Blade Rings just go crazy and hit a bunch of times. And then on top of that, you want Rending Impact, since Rending Impact does affect tactic damage. Most things don't affect your tactic damage at all, but Rending Impact is one thing that does, and Ragna's Second Legacy also does. Blade Ring itself is still not really that good. But when you combine everything with the consecutive Blade Rings, with the Poison Ring stuff, and then you make sure and get the proper upgrade for Blade Ring as well, they become pretty strong. It's a pretty fun build. You just get to kind of walk near things and turn them into a blender. And then Hazama has the ability to stay in iframes for long enough late game that you can just kind of stick on enemies with this. This build works really well on Hibiki as well. Because Hibiki can activate the rotating glaives, which will turn on the Poison Ring, and then Hibiki can go into his SP skill, and he'll have the SP skill, the rotating Blade Rings, and the orbiting glaives from his attack, and then he'll also have the Blade Rings all hitting at the same time. He can do a lot of damage at once while also being invulnerable. Hello, welcome to the stream. A lot of tactics aren't viable in Transcendence, yeah. I mean, I don't think Transcendence is really a good baseline to look at for anything in this game. I don't think Transcendence was handled particularly well. A lot of Transcendence just leads to meta having to follow the meta because of the HP bloat on everything. Yeah, Froskill's another build that works really well on Hibiki. You can either do the endless lace shadows for a lot of damage, or you can do the rotating glaives again with that. And yeah, I saw the news for the roadmap or whatever. It's pretty much stuff we already knew about, for the most part. At least people that were around in the Discord often. I'm curious how they'll do endless mode in this game. A lot of people are really looking forward to the endless mode, but I really don't have my hopes up for it at all, to be honest. But I'm waiting to see what they actually do to, like, give it my actual judgment. The thing that concerns me with an endless mode in this game is that you can cap out in this game pretty easily. So once you hit a point of where you have all your tactics and your potentials, there's nothing else for your character to do to get any better. So unless they implement some kind of new system that lets you scale in some kind of way, then you're just going to hit a point of endless mode of where it's the same thing every room, and the only thing that's changing is bosses are getting more HP and doing more damage, probably. I should have taken Blade Chance when I started this run, since I'm going for the Poison build, or the Poison Blade Ring build, but I forgot to. Yeah, I think they would be way better off refining Transcendence mode than adding any new difficulties in. I'd also just like to see a new Game Plus mode where you're doing mind training, but you're using an already existing Evo type. But then again, I think you're probably going to have a similar issue of where you just cap out the Evo types too early on in the run. I would really love this 30% chance to fully restore MP and SB, but a lot of my damage is going to be airborne skills, so I can't really take that. I don't think I really care about golden double tactics anymore, though, so I can take that one. I'm not really even interested in new difficulty settings, if they're gonna do the difficulty settings the same way as Transcendence. I would rather them just improve Transcendence to be less of an HP sponge and more of an actual difficulty increase in boss patterns. The changes to the boss patterns aren't really as noticeable as they should be. And a lot of the changes that they did make were just reusing old boss moves and just making them slightly different or attack more times in a row. Maybe for endless mode, they just bring back a similar thing to the old tactic system. That would probably make it a lot better. The old tactic system, you used to be able to stack multiple upgrades for the same tactic instead of having to pick 1 out of 3 on the tree. If they just, like, brought that back and then uncapped the amount of tactics you could have, that would make endless mode a lot more fun. And endless mode needs to, like, it needs to have some way of just getting an absolutely crazy build that you wouldn't be able to normally make and scale your character to ridiculous proportions. Which is not really going to happen unless they do something new with it. Because if you're playing on 75 Entropy, or even around the 50 range, you can already get runs where you have plenty of tactics and potentials. Yeah, one thing they could add is a harder mind trial and mind training difficulty. They could easily just copy the mind training bosses and put the ascended versions in. And I think that would have been a good way to do Transcendence mode, too, is instead of giving the bosses HP bloat, make it where you fight double bosses instead of single bosses. Maybe that's something they want to save for endless mode, though. I could see that. I think the Evo-type system's a really big double-edged sword. It's a weird thing about where the more you care about the Evo-type system, the worse it becomes. Because you have to do so much tedious stuff just to set up every Evo-type properly. I think it's a cool concept for sure, but over time it just doesn't really pan out. Like, the more that you try to interact with the system, the more flawed it becomes, I feel like. I could just pick up Cold Attack, but I should probably get Rend instead. Setting up Evo types has probably unironically extended my playtime in this game by at least 10 hours, if not more. Which a lot of that comes from doing YouTube, just in general. A lot of the things that I set up are just for like a single YouTube video, and then I don't end up using them again. So it's extended my playtime of this game by a ton. Does Ouroboros cut off my Guild Poison Ring? It does. I guess it makes sense that Ouroboros is considered a skill, since it has a cost. I wanted to try a Lightwave build with Hazama, but it didn't end up working out. And I think that's because Ouroboros and the counter for it aren't considered a skill, or aren't considered as an attack. Because theoretically, his counters do between like 5 to 10,000 damage. So what I wanted to try to do was set up a Lightwave proc while hitting a counter. Because the Lightwave procs scale off of the amount of damage you deal. It would add up to a really high Lightwave hit, but it just didn't end up working out. I think one of the big problems with the legacy character system is that the tactics and the characters are tied together. If they could find a way to, like, separate them somehow, I think it would work better. But at that point, you're just pretty much, like, taking away the system. It would be a completely different system. Because, for example, when they added these second legacy skills, I never really had a desire to use most of the second legacy skills, and that's because I already have the tactics set up on the characters they're on. If I want to use the second legacy skills, then I have to go and set up an entirely new tactics thing with another character. It doesn't really ever incentivize you to ever practice around with different legacy Evo types in terms of the legacy skills themselves, because in most cases you'd rather just take the tactics instead. It also doesn't help that the legacy skills themselves aren't impactful enough to be more impactful than the tactics. But if they were separated somehow too, then you'd be able to experiment around with different legacy characters more easily. But I don't really know how they would balance the two to be where the legacy character yourself you picked still matters, while also having tactics be a separate thing aside from them. Since they have a scaling leveling system now for legacy actives, I guess one thing they could do is make it where the higher Evo type your character is, the higher level you would start out on your legacy active would be. I think that would be one way of improving the character side of things. That way they could do tactics separately somehow. But it's hard to say. Do I think Entropy Effect will come out on consoles? It's probably not looking good, honestly. From what I've heard, the company, or the studio that makes Entropy Effect wants it on consoles, but it's not their decision. It's the creator of the BlazBlue IP, or whoever runs the BlazBlue IP that has the actual say in that. So it's something that's just completely out of the creators of Entropy Effect's decision. It's weird that they would approve a mobile version and not approve a console version, though. That's something I don't understand. But from what I've heard, it's really weird working with them. And by them, I mean the IP holders of BlazBlue. They have a lot of problems where any color palettes they put in this game have to be approved as well. And it always seems like it's a hassle to get extra color palettes put in. Because the studio that makes this game isn't an official BlazBlue developer. They just have the rights to use the characters. So basically, anything that they do with the characters needs to go through an approval process. Hello, I'm glad to hear that the guides and tutorials have been nice for you. The bad thing about hearing that about the color palette stuff is that it probably means we also won't get, like, official modding support for stuff like that. Having official modding support for color palettes would be really nice, but I doubt we'll get it. They actually had to remove one of the attacks from this game because it wasn't an official BlazBlue attack. Hakumen used to have an extra attack back in the way beta days that he doesn't have anymore. Which is weird because, from what they told me, it was an attack that Hakumen had in BlazBlue Revolution Reburning, which was a mobile game that was made by the same studio. 91 Act is the studio that makes this. So they were allowed to put his extra move in there, but here it was a problem for some reason. There we go, we got invincibility on skills, so now we should be pretty much good to go. And we've gotten most of the MP recovery stuff set up as well. I don't really know who my favorite character is. It used to be Lambda before the DLC characters and the update characters. I think my favorite character probably right now is Ithi. Hazama's a bit of a weird one. I don't really like playing Hazama in normal runs, but I really like playing Hazama in the other modes, like the Boss Rush and Mine Trials, where he's already gotten a lot of his stuff set up. It's kind of the same for a couple other characters, too. Like, Jin, I don't really like playing early in the runs, but I really like playing Jin once he's gotten more of his potential set up. This is a character I really liked when I first started playing, too. I feel like S can be a lot of fun to play. She's just kind of... She gets to be kind of the same after you played her enough times. She doesn't have a whole lot of variety in what kind of attacks and builds she can go. And I cannot time my stomps right now. There we go. The stomps are so awkward to time. This run would be going much better if I remembered to take Blade Chance to make sure I get Rending Impact. But even then, the build's not really that weak. It's really starting to fall off in this area, though, without having the Rending Impact. If you see it, like, if I try, like, and actually let the build try and do damage, it's not really doing anything right now. It just hasn't been able to scale. Yeah, S being so, like, straightforward is both a good and a bad thing. It makes it where you don't really ever get, like, bad runs on S too often. She's really consistent. And like you said, she does have crazy good air game. Probably one of the best in the game. Azama has some insanely good air game, too. It's just you don't really want to use a lot of his air options a lot of the time. Hazama's balance design is kind of unfortunate. You don't have a whole lot of reason to use things that aren't skill attacks. These stance moves can be pretty good if you get them upgraded. But overall, Hazama's feels like he's really pushed towards just skill spamming. The stance feels awkward until you get the upgrade where you can just use it directly. Honestly, I feel like instead of just being the hold attack, they could just make his stance a direct button to begin with. It takes way too long to get into the stance by holding the button down. feel like Jormungand also doesn't really have a whole lot of use on Hazama. The HP drain on it isn't really anything too special. And while getting MP back from it on doing hits is nice, you already do that through other passives. Honestly, most of the time when I'm playing Hazama, I just completely forget that Jormungand even exists. It'd be cool if maybe, like, when Jormungand is active, your chains just have no SP cost or something. Or maybe, like, all of your attacks become the MP-enhanced versions of them. Something small to make it feel like more of a buff. Oh yeah, I have a lot of problems with inputting chain on accident as well. I definitely understand what you mean by that. A lot of potentials and tactics or a lot of tactics names I don't remember, but Hazama's kind of stand out for some reason. It also might have been because I kind of had to learn Hazama's attack names more so than some other characters because of how many goddamn potential, or how many potential hidden effects there are that happen between two different attack names. What am I listening to right now? It's a remix of some Castlevania song. I'm not really too into it. Yeah, Hazama's air game is really good. Especially if you get the... There's some potentials that make it where you can just do infinite air attacks. You don't have to reset with jumps or dashes or anything. You just have infinite air attacks. It's really weird. The problem with Hazama always comes back to... It's hard to build into other tactic routes, other than doing skill spam. I really feel like a lot of his tactics are just... a lot of his potentials are just really bloated into having way too many passive effects. A lot of things could definitely be combined, or just put as a base version of the attack. Like, is it really necessary to need to unlock chains, and then need to unlock the thing that makes the chains have iframes and counter on them, and then unlock having to make the chains actually go farther? That's 3 potential slots right there. And, like, having your upskill be usable in midair is something that could definitely be just on a hidden effect. It doesn't really need to be a main potential, in my opinion. He's definitely a fun character overall, but I feel like his potentials are just kind of sloppy. It makes him have a lot more difficult time in runs than he needs to. Yeah, he's got a lot of interesting parts of the kit involving the chains, but you don't really, like, get to that point unless you sacrifice other parts of his kit, which doesn't really feel good most of the time. Oh, it's time to die. I'll see if I can at least do Reki Phase 1. I haven't done Reki on Transcendence too often. I usually only fight her on normal mode because of the HP difference. I got so hard punished for trying to use Jormungand. That's what I deserved. And then I went for a counter that I really shouldn't have. Oh well. I don't think there was any way I was getting through Reki Phase 2. I definitely could have beaten Phase 1, though. You didn't jinx it, it was my own fault for trying to do stupid things. Yeah, Hazama has the iframes to get through everything, it's just... Once you get up to the Transcendence HP bars, he has a difficult time going through the HP in any reasonable amount of time. I'm gonna take a quick break to be right back, and then I'll do one more run before I switch over to Magicraft. Alright, I am back. We'll go for one more run here, and then I'll most likely switch over to playing some Magicraft. But let's maybe go for a Jin run. I like playing Jin. but I'm not sure what tactics I want to take on him. I might just go for a standard Frost build, a skill cold. And then I'll run Endless Ice Spikes with Summon Ice Spikes. Endless Ice Spikes isn't something I've used a whole lot, but I might as well try it out a little bit. I've always preferred the other Ice Spike upgrade, where... or the other Ice Spike red effect, I mean. Where instead of being the Endless Ice Spikes, it's just that... it spawns additional Ice Spikes every time one hits a non-cold enemy. That one lets you stack up a lot of Ice Spikes on normal enemy rooms, where you're hitting a lot of new enemies constantly. But Endless Ice Spikes is a little better when it comes to boss fights, since it's more consistent. Then for potentials, as Jin, I'm looking for the MP cost version of the moves, which I have now. And then also the Sheath Enhanced version of moves, and then I'll be looking for the hold attack stuff after that. Hold attacks aren't going to be too useful yet, but once we get the sheathing stuff, they become a lot better. So now with both the sheathing and the holding attack, if I do a hold attack immediately as I sheath, it will be charged instantly. So now I don't have to wait for the charge on it anymore. And a really easy way to do this is to just do a low jump off the ground, and then start holding the attack button. Basically, as soon as you land, it's going to do a sheath timing for you. You don't have to time anything, so you can just do that. Makes doing the sheath-timed hold attacks on Jin so much easier. And then especially as you get the MP cost version of the hold attacks, it becomes really powerful. Otherwise, another thing that's pretty easy to do on Jin is your basic air attack into an unsheathed timing enhanced attack. That will do a lot of damage as well, and it's not too hard to time. Another easy place to time each attacks off of is his up attack. It's another one that just kind of auto-times itself, usually. So you see there, I do the up attack, and I just start holding attack afterwards, and it auto-times the unsheathed version of the hold attack, which comes out instantly. Like I said, it's not really gonna do a whole lot right now, but then once we get the MP version of the hold attack, it'll be a lot stronger. Yeah, that's definitely a problem you can have with Jin when it comes to sheath timing stuff. That's why having it on stuff like the air attacks that come out really quickly will help out, compared to if you're trying to do unsheath, just regular ground combos, you will get stuck in animations a lot, or you'll get stuck in the timing of things, and it'll just take too long, especially when it comes to boss fights. So you have to kind of figure out how to weave the sheath timings in at places where are safe. We're using some of the faster timings, like the jump attacks. Jin's probably one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult character to play at like a high skill cap. Just because of how complex this whole sheathing system is. Man, it really just wants to give me this freezing upgrade, and not the upgrade I actually want. Don't think I'm really too interested in Covenants, but we'll see what I get. A lot of the Covenant obligations just feel really unfun to play around, in my opinion. Like, the ones that say stuff like ground attack deals less damage basically just completely disables my ground attacks. They will deal, like, in the single hits of damage, so it's less so your attack deals less damage, and it's more so you just can't use that damage type for the rest of the run. Some of the effects are really broken, but at the same time, if the obligation is too bad, you just can't take them. I guess what we'll head for in terms of tactics is... Actually, I don't think I can take them. I'll have to check and see what tactic slot the Shadow Ice Spikes are. I don't remember if Shadow Ice Spikes are considered a summon red tactic or if they're considered a dash. I think they're considered a summon, but I'm not positive. Oh, they are a dash, so I can combine the two. That'll be really nice to have then. Yeah, stuff like Covenants and Black Markets can either completely win you the run automatically, almost, or they can completely destroy your run, too. The Icicle dashes are also something I'd recommend with Jin. Just makes his gameplay a lot smoother. You can get onto enemies a lot more quickly, and you can put them into hit stun at the same time. Yeah, I usually look for potentials a lot more than tactics. Especially on a character like Jin. Jin really needs a lot of potentials. Usually I'll also play on 75 Entropy, that way I get 3 shop refreshes instead of 2. But for on-stream, I usually go a little bit lower than what I play at casually. One thing that's good to know is that you always get a guaranteed exchange space before the boss fights. So on the advanced difficulty or the hard mode, whatever you want to call it, it'll always be when you're when you're on stage 8, you'll always get an exchange. So you can always just save your money for here. Especially if you're on 75 Entropy, you can just always use your money here with the 3 shop refreshes. Yeah, 50's perfectly fine, too, in terms of, like, getting strong characters set up. At 50, you at least have 1 extra shop refresh, which matters a lot. This is 50, but it's also... After you beat 100 for the first time, there's an extra difficulty setting called Transcendence. The bosses have a little bit of a new attack patterns, and then they're a lot more aggressive as well. And they have way more HP scaling than normal. So even though this is 51 Entropy, the bosses are also way stronger than they would be in regular 51. Alright, now we can do some real damage that we got in the SP version of the charge attacks. And then with the sheathing stuff and the other MP enhanced attacks, you get less cost on this. So it basically has no MP cost by the time you get all these hidden effects. The other build that's pretty common for Jin is building towards his block attack, which is also very strong. It's just very MP cost heavy. You need to stack a lot of MP before that can really work as well. So now as long as I do a hold attack on a sheath timing, I can press the skill button, and I'll get this other version of the homing slashes that are much more powerful. I'd really like another Shadow Tactic room as well, but I'm not seeing them for now. Oh, I guess Shadow Ice Spikes is an Ice Spike thing. Or it's an Ice Tactic, it's not a Shadow Tactic. So that's what I wanted to get. When you have Ice Spikes, your Shadow also has Ice Spikes. It'll just give me a lot of free damage as I'm dashing around, pretty much. Since I'm not on 75 Entropy, I'll probably take the shop here. If I was on 75, I would just wait for the guaranteed shop, but I have a lot. I can spend my money more efficiently in 75 compared to 50, so I don't mind taking the extra shop. Another thing you can go into after you get some of the other stuff set up is you can get the blocks for your... You need to get the blocking passive, and then you can get the blocks for the hold attack specifically. I don't know why you have to get two separate passives just to make this thing blocked, but you do for some reason. And then the entire time you're charging a slash, you will be unable to be damaged. It's really useful. Might be better to go for event here, but I'm still gonna go for the exchange. Even though I don't have a whole lot of money left. I'd rather have the chance of getting the potential. Where I could get a potential from the event as well, but it'd be a lot more random that way. And now I'll probably start going into the blocking potentials, since I have the heavy attack build pretty much done. This boss can be really annoying to fight on Jin. But since I have the heavy attack stuff, it's not that big of a problem. There's also a timing on the heavy attack itself. So if you see here, if I time it correctly, I can just chain those back to back. I do that just by pressing attack plus skill at the same time as soon as I see the sheath timing for it come up. It's kind of broken. It's not really too difficult to do either, once you get the timing down a little bit. You can use something called a key combo in the option settings to just press attack plus skill for you as well. It helps out a lot on Jin and Hazama as well in some places. Yeah, on keyboard it's even better, because on keyboard you have way more key combo slots. I play on controller, so I pretty much only get one key combo slot. Unless I want to bind it to, like, clicking in one of the thumbsticks or something. If we can get the last blocking potential. Yep, now we're set for those as well. One thing I never understood is why Hakumen gets to have a free MP cost on all of his consecutive counter blinks, but Jin has to pay for every single one of them. Jin would be way better if he didn't have to pay the extra MP cost on them. You do get some MP refund if you land all 5, but even then, you end up spending way more than you use. Using the consecutive counter blinks on Jin just completely drains your MP. Another nice thing that the game never tells you about Crystal Moonstorm, which is his hold down attack, is that it actually has invulnerability frames on it. The whole thing isn't quite invulnerable, but it does have quite a lot of invulnerable frames on it. You can use it to dodge things pretty easily a lot of times. That still hit me somehow. I guess I got hit from behind before the counter procced, I guess. I'll probably just try and get a little bit more MP is the main thing that I want, or I just go into either Susano or Reki. $300 MP seems like a lot, but Jin really eats through MP quickly, especially if you're doing the 5 counter stuff. Especially when these bosses are getting like 300,000 HP or more in Transcendence mode, you can easily go through 500 MP or more in a single fight, just because the fight takes so long. Reki is definitely way more difficult than a Susano is. Susano's actually, like, kind of a pushover. Especially when it comes to normal mode. The only reason he's any difficult in Transcendence is because he ends up having, like, over 1,000,000 HP in total between his different phases. But his patterns honestly aren't, like, any more difficult than Oride's or a couple of the other bosses. Transcendence mode Reki is very difficult. I haven't been able to beat her too often. I can beat the normal version of her pretty consistently, but the Transcendence mode one is very hard. Not getting any MP rooms. Hopefully I'll get at least some MP off of the drop spaces. There's not really a good way to practice Reki that's not considered, like, game abuse, I guess. During any stage or any fight, you can always go back to main menu, and it will restart the stage as soon as you load back in. So if you're about to kill Reki, or if you're about to die, you can pause and go back to the menu to reset the fight, which is usually how I get footage of Reki fights, or how I practice her. Because having to redo an entire run is ridiculous every time you want to fight a boss. I'm not going to spend like 15 minutes just to practice a boss fight once and then lose the boss fight in like 2 minutes or less. Especially with a boss like Reki, where there's just a ton of on-screen at once, and you kind of have to know what it is. It's really hard to learn her in the type of style where you don't really get time to see what she's doing. I'd also recommend, if you're trying to practice Reki, so for example, you can also go back to main menu, and then you can duplicate your saves at any time. There's just a button for copy save. So I would recommend copying the save. That way, if you do accidentally die or something, or kill her, and you want to practice her again, you can go back to that extra save. I am most likely going to die to her, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, just look at her HP bar in Transcendence. It's absolutely insane trying to fight 500,000 HP Reki. Especially because at any time, you can mess up like once and she'll delete just half your HP bar, depending on what you get hit by. There's really little room for error in the fight. Like, there's basically half my health gone already. There's phase 1 down at least, but I'm almost certainly dead here. Her phase 2 is just really ridiculous, especially when it comes to Transcendence mode. I could probably do it if I had a couple retries, but it's just really hard to beat in the middle of a run. I think she has a mechanic in phase 2 where she constantly drains her own HP over time. So it's supposed to be a thing where, like, you're just supposed to survive for a certain amount of time, but it doesn't seem to scale well enough with... it doesn't seem to really scale well enough with her HP being increased by Transcendence. You can still be stuck in that phase for a long time if you're not dealing damage with your character. Alright, that is all the Blaze Blue Entropy effect I'm gonna do for today. I'm gonna switch over to another game called Magicraft.
Welcome to the Ace Mine training system.
Alright, thanks for stopping by and chatting. Magicraft is another game I've been enjoying quite a lot. I'll probably upload another video for it pretty soon. Sometime next week. It's a game all about build crafting really broken wands. And there's a lot of different effects you can kind of combine together when it comes to that. What's going on with my stream overlay? Hang on. Oh, I know what it is. My Magicraft game just isn't cropped for this overlay. There we go. Now we're good. And then let me change the title as well real quick. Okay, so what I want to do on Magicraft for today is test out some summoner builds. I've always kind of had like really decent early game runs when it comes to summoner builds, but the problem I've been having is making them scale into the final areas. Just feels like usually the problem I have is the summons end up dying too easily, before they can really get a whole lot of their damage in. So I shouldn't need a whole lot of these spell projectiles. There are some things I can use the spell projectiles for, so I won't take quite all of them out. But I do want to have more chance of finding the summons themselves. I'm also still missing 2 summons, I haven't unlocked them yet, so that would probably help out a lot with the build too. I just don't have access to it yet. Actually, real quick before I go on, let me just change the stream title to that way people aren't coming in expecting Entropy Effect and then getting Magicraft. Alright, there we go. Oops, I just opened up the... How did I do that, actually? Oh, I probably hit report a bug on accident. I hit something in the menu that opened my web browser by complete accident. Crit rate would probably be nice for the summons. So basically, early on, we just have the pop summons. I love these guys, they look so cute. I love the way they attack, too. Or the way the like, animation, how it looks when they attack. But basically, they just shoot random bubbles at enemies, or random basic projectiles. You can have up to 5 of them at once. And then if you take the Summoner Set Wand, you also come with a relic that makes it where you deal damage to enemies within range and heal your summons. So that's one way of keeping summons alive a little bit better. But even then, I still had a hard time keeping them alive late game. Then we can throw poison on them, so they'll deal poison damage, and then we can throw umbilical cord on them as well. That way, anything... There's a little cord attached between me and the summons, and each of the summons, it'll deal damage if anything touches the cord. I'm probably gonna take poison off, now that I think about it, though. Putting poison on the summons makes it where when they attack, they'll leave poison, like little puddles of poison down on the ground, instead of directly poisoning things. And I can be damaged by those puddles as well, so I don't trust myself not to step in them. Wow, we got a relic? This basically just blocks damage for you, based on the MP that wand has, and then it also deals some damage anytime it blocks a hit, so that'll be nice when we get some extra wands, maybe. Especially, I could even put it on... This wand isn't using MP anyways, it's just summoning them based on the timing effect, so having the Arcane Barrier on here doesn't really hurt anything for its spellcasting capabilities. Actually, I can probably just run through this, thanks to that Arcane Barrier soaking damage for me. Prism Core is something I haven't really quite figured out how to use yet. It's kind of just a passive thing that goes onto a wand that deals damage. It ends up eating up a lot of mana, though, so it's kind of like... It almost feels like you have to dedicate a wand just to having that Prism Core on it. I haven't really gotten a whole lot of time to test it out, though. I don't remember what came next. I have a really difficult time with these types of puzzles. Okay, this one I should be fine. Well, there's this interesting thing called aphantasia, which is... I don't even know if it's considered a disorder or anything. I don't remember how it's considered. But there's this thing called aphantasia where basically you can't create mental images in your head, and I have that, which makes doing a puzzle where you're supposed to remember patterns very difficult, at least for me. I think it'd probably be classified as like a neurological condition. I know it's not considered to be a disability, but it would be considered to be like a condition, I suppose. It's one of those interesting things that, like, I never knew there was an actual term for it until I saw a random video about it on YouTube somewhere. East Fangs is probably also a pretty good relic, just to give some flat damage increase to all summons that we have. And then hopefully what I want to look for is something like a Duet, or one of those types of spell passive. That way when my summons hit an enemy, they'll also be able to cast like an additional spell out of it. That's kind of how I had the most luck with summons so far. So I guess I can just stick Prism Core down here for now. It'll stack poison pretty quickly as well, so that's not a terrible option. Probably go with the free revive here, and then I don't think I really care about the other two too much. I don't really feel like I care about shops too much early on either. It might not be the correct decision, but I don't know. I'd rather save my money for when there's a lot better wands available at the end game shops. Either that, or I can just skip shops entirely now, because I have a relic that increases my damage for all the coins that I have. If I can get something where enemies have a chance to drop coins when killed, that's another relic, then I'll be able to get a really high damage run set up by having those two together. That's how I beat hard mode for one of the first times I beat it, is I just got really early on a money-making setup, and then the relic that makes it where you do more damage per money, and I was just hitting insanely hard by the end of the run. So Grimoire would be nice, and then we can put Boomerang Blade on them. And then I'll switch one of the Boundary Stones over here. That way these just cast on their own automatically. I don't have to worry about them at all. Grimoires are a really cool summon. It's a summon effect, but it will cast based on whatever skill or attack or projectile, I guess you would call it. They attack based on whatever projectile you give them, so they're a more customizable summon. Which you can kind of do the same thing with other summons too. You'll be able to get away where like they can trigger any projectiles you want, but it takes a lot more setup to do that compared to the Grimoires just kind of automatically do it. The other nice thing about having certain spells on the Grimoires instead of yourself is that you can avoid knockback that way. So, like, for one example here is, I think the Boomerang Blades are really strong, but one of the problems with them is that they'll return to your character, and then when they do, they'll knock you back a little bit. And if you get to the point of where you're summoning a ton of the Boomerang Blades quickly, where they're like splitting and stuff like that, they can really start throwing your character around. It makes it hard to control things. So having them on the summons instead kind of prevents that. So I need to remember 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. I should probably write this down. But I can just probably remember it too. So 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Okay, we're good. Runehammer's another thing where I've been trying to like get used to it. It's one of the new things I just unlocked recently. It's another kind of passive thing. You can just throw in a wand and it'll do its own thing. I haven't really seen it do anything too crazy yet, though, but I also haven't like tried to build specifically into it. Lightning Dash might be something I use later on in the run, if we get to a point of where the summons are more self-sufficient. I did a couple of runs with Lightning Dash builds, and they can get really crazy. The thing about Lightning Dash is that you're invulnerable during the entire time that you're in the cast animation. So if you can get stuff like Orbit, or stuff that lingers on screen for a long time, you can just melt through bosses while you're completely invulnerable. What I would do is I would just have my wand with Lightning Dash on it, and then that was stacked with pretty much all duration effects and stuff like that. And then another wand with Orbit that would deal a lot of damage to anything that came in range of me. That is really interesting. So what's actually doing the majority of the top DPS here is my relic effect, just passively dealing damage to enemies around me. And then the boomerang blades are doing quite a lot, and the hammers are doing more than I expected them to as well. I'm surprised my relic is doing high damage. The one thing is that my relic is scaling off of Prospector's pickaxe, so it's getting quite a big damage increase compared to how much it would normally do. And then Cereal is going to be pretty useful once I get a wand that has more slots on it. Oh, the health bar thing looks really weird with the skeletal snake things that pop up out of the ground. I've never seen that before until now. Each section of the skeleton has its own HP bar, so it makes it look really weird when they're all alive. I think I probably just... This is really risky, though. I'll save it for now. I need to remember to use potions a lot more often, because I still need to unlock the costume set that requires you to use like 50 potions. I should probably just be able to run through this. Fire Dragon's Breath is a really good spell to pick up. I might throw that on my... I don't know if it's quite good enough on the books yet. If I get the upgraded version of the books, it'd be a bit better. Or not necessarily even the upgraded version. There's a passive specifically for summons that gives them additional effects. And the additional effect for these summons makes them teleport directly onto enemies. So it makes something like the Fire Dragon's Breath a lot more useful on them. Okay, so here we can do the shield... Or wait, no. We want to do this one first. So this one reduces HP to 1, but converts 30% of that into maximum HP. And then, since we're low on HP, this one generates a shield equivalent to lost HP, so it'll give us a big shield. I should not have done that right before a boss room, though. I was not paying attention, but it should be fine. Let me do one thing on this wand real quick. I can't remember if this actually works. We'll try it at least. So now when the projectiles of the summons are flying, they should cast Sword of Judgment, but I don't remember if it works on this summon or not. Some of these passive effects are kind of like specific to different different spell types. Sometimes they work on some things and sometimes they don't. I don't know how it's working on the... I don't think it's really working on the summons too much. I did see a couple swords get spawned, but they weren't getting spawned the entire time that the projectile was in the air from the summon, which is what I wanted it to do. So I'd have to move it to a different wand. I don't want to put it here because this one needs to have always full MP, and if I do that, it will cost MP, while the... So even though it's on like a secondary slot, if you have something like Serial, it will cost MP. So I guess I'd want to move it here on the Grimoire projectiles. That should work out. Then I can move the poison back here as well. And then for our main summoner wand, there's really not a whole lot we can do for it right now. The tracking here will affect the projectiles of the pop summons, so those will help. And I'll probably go with the Scholar Glasses here and not reduce my MP, or my HP any farther. Let's see, range boost wouldn't do anything for these summons. I don't really need the MP, but honestly, the MP is probably better put here. And then I can put the cooldown here for now, but it won't really end up doing a lot. That's probably all we can do for now. I need... I can't remember if it's called Duet or Echo, one of the two. There's an upgrade that, or a passive that makes it where anytime you hit something, you'll cast another spell. So anytime one of my summons would land an attack, they would also trigger another spell projectile. That's what I want to look for. I think it's time to reforging session as well. Getting extra of the pop summons would be nice. I'm trying to think of what else I want, really. MP regen is going to end up being good for the third wand, eventually. Roll serums, always nice for the summons, and then I could get Parasite as well. That would be useful. Penetration would also work on... I'm pretty sure it works on the bullets here. I don't think I'll be using Prism Cores this run, so I can refresh them. I might use the pillars at some point, but I don't really... Actually, I could put the pillars here. I don't really need the serpent. Just having automatic pillars be put down for me would be nice. I wonder how Fall works with the summons. Okay, that could be decently useful, at least for now. Our summons are big now. Wonder what gave them a size increase. Is it the troll serum? I would assume that's what it is. Now that we have the automatic pillars, we can stay a lot more safe too. I just wish the pillars were a little bit more transparent or something. Even with my transparency settings pretty low, the pillars seem like they just block a lot of the screen. It makes it hard to see things. I don't quite know how the pillar passive works yet, either. When you have the upgraded version of the pillar, it says it deals damage equal to like 40% of some kind of HP. Deals damage to enemies equal to 40% of their max HP. I don't know if that damage is done, like, if the enemy walks into the pillar, or if the enemy hits a pillar. I don't know how that works. So my arcane barrier actually did the most damage there. And then my pop summons are starting to catch up to my passive... what's it called? I always forget what the artifacts are called in this game. Relics, that's what they're called. The summon damage are starting to catch up to my relic damage finally. Wow, he just got deleted. What happened there? Was it my arcane barrier just going off a bunch of times, I guess? Then Essence of Soul is what I mentioned earlier. It's able to give new effects to your summoned creatures. It makes them a lot better. Unfortunately, I don't know if I really have room. I can probably take these off, honestly, and then put the Essence instead. So what this does for the Grimoires is that the Grimoire will automatically teleport to an optimal position, so usually it's just by the enemy. And then after every 9 casts, it can also perform a teleport attack with a bunch of shots at once. So now... Oh, I forgot to pick up stuff. Whoops. Oh well. So now the Grimoires should also be... They should be pretty good with the Fire Dragon's Breath. The only problem is they're gonna take a long time to summon because of the extra MP cost. Oh. The Grimoire is kind of having an issue with knockback. That's one of the problems with the Fire Dragon Breath, and in general, is it just knocks you back a lot as you're using it. So that might not work. Unless, maybe if I put Orbit on, it'll help. I know when I put the Orbit on, for like if I'm casting the spell, it removes the knockback, so... But if I put Orbit on the summon, I don't know if it's just going to affect the summon itself, or if it's going to affect the projectile as well. I think it will affect both, but it's something I'll have to check. I'm gonna use this potion just for the sake of unlocking the set effect. I definitely will not use that one, though. I need to change the fire until I get a orbiting upgrade. It seems like it's just not able to hit because it's just knocking back the grimoires way too quickly, which makes sense. They were doing pretty good with the boomerang blades, so we can go back to that for now. Or we could put lasers on them and just make them a poison stacking tool. Let's hold off on that for now. I probably just won't take shops the entire run, since I have a high-level prospect. I cannot say the name. Prospector's Pickaxe. It gives me damage for all the coins that I have. Which is probably the only reason why I'm doing decent damage right now. I don't think I have a particularly good setup for any of these summon wands. What did the damage there? It's mostly my summons, actually. I'm actually kind of surprised that Umbilical Cord did that much damage too. Or when I say summons, I meant it's mostly the pop summons. So I guess we'll replace the middle wand here. I would have liked to get a better first wand, but this one isn't too bad for now. The only problem is, what do I even put in with Pillar of Light? I'm gonna have to put something here temporarily, just to use it for storage, then we'll figure that out soon. Summon Limit times 2 is perfect for this. And then I probably won't spend any more of my HP. So for now, we'll just stick Chain Lightning here. Chain Lightning honestly isn't the worst thing for connecting some of the Pillar of Lightnings together. But we're gonna need something else for it, probably. Seeing some Parasites would be nice. Parasite makes it where the summon... Parasite makes it where the summon takes damage constantly, but it summons extra things when it dies. That'd probably be a perfect setup for the Pillar. And now we're going to get a huge spike in damage. Because remember, we have the Prospector's Pickaxe, which makes it where for all the money that we have, we deal extra damage. And this just lets me sell a whole bunch of things for extra money. We should actually be able to see... I'm at a 300% damage bonus. Which is only going to keep getting higher as the run goes on. What? I saw something do a 7,000 crit. I don't know what it was, but something crit for 7,000. At least I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. It could have been two numbers, like, stacked together, but I don't think it was. But then I never saw any other big numbers, so I don't know where the 7,000 came from. I would assume it's probably from Arcane Barrier. Surely I unlocked Parasite, right? Let me check. I think it'll show. I do still have Parasite locked, because I usually don't take it. That's annoying, but we'll just have to run with it. I'm trying to think of what else I can do with this. I don't want to run this Grimoire build up here. I guess I could always just switch the Arcane Barrier to... I need Arcane Barrier and a wand that's not spending any MP. This is going to take a little bit to switch around since I'm on controller, so just bear with me here for a second. This wand has basically no slots, but I don't think it needs slots. All we need is either one thing of time or movement, and then we need this. The rest of the 3 slots can be filled by Arcane Barrier. That should work. And now we can work on improving this summon. We could try this, actually. Something with cereal. That is just eating the mana of that wand. But we don't really have any other projectile to put on there either at this point. Maybe switch it to something more cost-effective. We'll see. The magic is indeed crafting, Stoven. Hello, by the way. Welcome to the stream. This game is basically just, like, pure insanity, the game. You could also say, like, sensory overload the game. If there's not at least, like, 40 projectiles on screen, or 40 things on screen at once, you're not playing the game right. It's a really cool game. If you like anything like spellcrafting or making like chain reaction effects between different spells, it's a really good game to satisfy that type of itch. So how the basic concept works is that you have either summons or projectiles, and then you have just a whole bunch of different types of passive effects that can affect the summons or the projectiles in different ways. So like for this main wand, I summon these little blue roly-poly dudes who automatically attack enemies. And then through some of the passive stuff, it makes it where instead of shooting them directly, fall makes it where it's more of like a meteor hit. It falls from the sky and deals damage in a range. And then these passives just like buff the summons, where they have a lot of HP and HP regen. And then there's stuff like... I guess spell penetration probably isn't doing anything here, now that I have the fall passive on. But you can put a whole bunch of different passive effects on your bullets and put different bullet types, that type of stuff. I might as well swap out penetration for Thunder. Thunder makes it where at the completion of the spell, there's a 15% chance to deal 200% damage. Basically just like another way of critting. There's a ton of room for flexibility in builds in this game. I played quite a lot of it already, and I've been able to make a decent amount of different things throughout the runs. Right now what I'm trying to do is a completely summoner-focused build. Also, right now I just have kind of a completely broken build setup, which happens a lot in this game. You can get really, really crazily overpowered stuff, which is a lot of the fun of the game, is just seeing how broken you can make it. And as soon as I say that I die, I'm surprised I took that much damage. Especially because I thought my barrier would help me out more. Luckily I had a thing that revives me. And there's a lot of other cool stuff with this. Like, there's a lot of ways you can automate wands, too. So you'll have multiple wands, but you'll have the ability to automate some of them to just fight on their own. So this one gets charges every time I move a certain amount of distance, and then also it just gains charges over time and automatically casts some of these summons for me. Ah, yes. I love just losing the ability to see the screen. Ooh, tentacles. Those will be nice. Well, there's another summon effect I can put on. I'm honestly kind of not even sure what I'm going for at this point. The build's just kind of gotten away from me. We'll go with this for now. See how it goes. You thought it was a tower defense game until I moved? I can see that. Oh wait, I'm gonna need to fix one of my wands. I put something together that wasn't really compatible. I've never played Noita, but I kind of assume this game is maybe somewhat similar to a lot of the build crafting that Noita has, without being quite so hardcore. I've basically just become walking death at this point. Though I'm sure a boss fight will pretty much just instant kill me, or has the capability to. Much crit rate? I have like 80% crit rate just from flat passives. Or maybe not. This only has 40. I bet this wand has crit rate on it. Yeah, this wand has 40% crit rate. So I think we have like 40%, somewhere around 40% flat crit rate just from passive stuff. Oh, I think I see how this works. Okay, there we go. I really like these types of puzzles. I don't remember what they're called. I have lost all semblance of what's going on the screen. I know what's happening, but at the same time, I can't tell what's happening. I feel like my damage bonus actually went down when I picked up that upgrade. You wouldn't think it would, though. I could just be remembering wrong. But yeah, I'm at a 400, almost a 400% damage bonus now. See how long this boss fight lasts for. Well, this will be a perfect one for my third slot. It gets extra MP regeneration when I'm not using it. So that'll work well with the arcane barrier. I still don't know what else I can... There's really not a whole lot I can put in to pair with these Pillar of Lights. I guess instead I could just put the tentacles there. And then just take the cereal thing off of this. It doesn't really need it. That's probably a good idea. I can stick all the extra hammers that I have in there. I'll just do passive damage for me. And do I have... I don't have a whole lot I can throw on this wand right now. Oh my god, it's so distracting having all this stuff going on when I'm trying to, like, think about what selections I need to make. Meanwhile, there's just a million things spinning around in the background. Fraction will be really nice for one of the bosses in specific that can show up here. Alright, have a good one, Stobin. Thanks for showing up. Yep, that's about what I expected. Even if you get a really broken build, the final area bosses can be pretty difficult. They do a lot of damage to you, and they have a lot of HP. They have, like, millions of HP. Yeah, it has around 800,000 to a million. I think that's also the health before difficulty modifiers are taken into account, but I'm not quite sure on that. It'd be good if I could get the... I'm sure the giant troll is another summon. I'm missing 2 of the summons from unlocks. What do we add on stream time? Probably, yep, 3.5 hours, so I'll do one more run and then call it a stream. I want to see if I can get something with parasites set up. I had a decent setup one run that spawned a whole bunch of parasites that did a pretty good amount of damage, but I haven't really been able to ever recreate it since then. Spells receive random elemental effects. That would be nice, but at the same time, that can really screw me over with summons. Dang. I wish I would have saw that on a non-summon run. The problem with that is that Some of these summons will leave down... They'll leave down, like, elemental effects on the ground, so if the summons start getting too crazy, the elemental effects that are on the ground will also damage me, and they can kill me. You can very easily kill yourself that way with stuff like poison. Okay, here's one of the things I was looking for last time. When the spell on the left hits an enemy, cast the spell on the right at a reduced mana cost. I won't be able to use it... Well, yeah, I can use it already. I don't know if this will really work, but we'll try it. Yeah, this will be really sketchy, but it'll work for now. So now you can see that anytime the summons hit something, it also summons a sword. This one could work really well with summons as well. The only problem with this setup right here with Echo is that it does cost MP every time this happens, so it's just completely draining my MP for now. So I guess what we should do instead is... we'll save the Echo for later, and then we'll just put this in the secondary slot. So every time the wand hits an enemy, it's going to charge. So every time each individual one of these hits, it should charge for Evil Slayer Sword. Should be good. Hopefully, at least that's how it works. Yeah, it looks like it's working. They're just not really able to hit anything consistently enough yet, since things are dying so quickly. Probably should have taken crit damage there, but having secondary slot charge will also be nice. This could be pretty nice to have as my main wand. At least, maybe later on. I don't think I've had that wand yet until now. And perfect, we got the extra summon limits again. Don't think we really have the max HP to be buying a second relic there. As much as I would like it. And I am gonna go use the bathroom real quick, so I will do a quick be right back. I won't be gone very long though. Alright, I am back. What I want with the parasite setup is something like fireworks, or I can't remember what the other one is called. There's a spell effect where when the spell on the left is flying, it will continuously cast the spell on the right. Both ways are a way of stacking a whole bunch of tentacles down at once. Tentacles are also good to do it with because they don't have a summon limit like some of the other things. So I want a way to be able to, like, spam down a whole bunch of tentacles at once, and then the tentacles will have parasite on them, so they'll make a bunch of extra parasites as soon as they die. That's probably the best version of a summon build that I've had so far, but it's been difficult to get set up again another time. Otherwise, I don't have a whole lot of ideas right now for how to get a really strong summon build set up. I'm sure that it's possible, but I don't have a whole lot of ideas for summon builds yet. I think maybe it'll also help if I can get the extra... There's actually two summons that I haven't unlocked yet. I know one of them is the Ogre, which I'll be able to unlock soon, but I don't know which one the other one is. Those might help out as well. We got another grimoire set up, so we can start going into something with that as well now. Put a resonance rune here as well. Actually, we'll probably switch these around. We will need another projectile at some point to use in this post slot, but for now we'll just do this. So now every time I cast something, there's going to be a chance for this to auto-cast a grimoire, and then the grimoire is just going to automatically use the Slayer Swords for us. Not really a whole lot I can do with the other things I have right now. Acceleration does help with the... Oops, I forgot a chest there. Oh well. Acceleration does help with the pop summons, but it doesn't really do a whole lot. So now we pretty much just chill. Let the summons tank for us and do all the work. I guess it would actually help if I moved closer. That way my passive damage aura is also damaging. Giving the books Ray of Disintegration would also be pretty funny. I think it'd actually be pretty good too. And then Dazzling Fireworks will be nice if I can find tentacles. So we could put the sword here, because the Ray of Disintegration will also rack up hits very quickly, so it'll proc this pretty easily. Oh yeah, my blades start going off really quickly anytime the summons are able to get a decent amount of hits in. I guess we'll just stick ball there again. Not really much else we can do with it right now. Maybe I should get something like tracking for the lasers on the books. That'd probably make it a lot better. One of the issues with the lasers on the books right now is the knockback. So I don't know if tracking would even help with that too much. I think if I get like spell duration, it would make the length of the beam longer, but I'm not quite sure on that yet. I did not realize that potion was going to give me permanent, it'd be pushing me around permanently like this. Okay, it's not quite permanent, but I didn't realize it was going to push me around like that. Otherwise, I would have waited to use it. spell knockback is reversed is an interesting thing. I don't really want the slowed movement speed, though. There's a 20% chance of encountering double enemies excluding bosses. But I can stack up a lot more gold, so that's probably worth it. It'd be crazy if that included bosses. Having extra money is going to convert over to dealing extra damage again, since we got Prospector's Pickaxe early on. Makes it where the more coins you have, the more of a damage modifier you get. It's a really good relic. What's actually doing... Ops are doing the main damage, and then the lasers from the Grimoires are doing the second most. Just good to keep in mind, or good to keep like track of what's doing damage in the builds. So we'll just go with the revive again. I kind of want to go with the Explorer's Hat, but I'm not going to do it for this run. When there's a tracking lunge. I can take that for... For now, we're mostly just going to steal the tracking off of it. For the lasers, and then... We'll find a wand for this use, or we'll find a use for this wand later. For now, I'm just gonna use it for some storage. Still really looking for Tentacles and Parasite. Try and set up a certain thing with those. I have Fireworks, which I need for it. Now I just need the other two things. And then I guess another nice thing to have would be just a way to automate the third wand. I think the summons are just dying constantly right now. Even with me healing them, they're just not able to stand up to the damage that the enemy is doing. It would help if I stopped dropping my summons right in melee range of the enemies. That would probably help out a bit. The other thing that's a problem here is that with these enemies that split up like this, you need to target a specific one, which is kind of like the main enemy, in order to kill them. The other ones, I don't think, take any damage at all, aside from the main one, and I can't really just target... Oops. I can't really target them down when I'm just using summons to attack like that. That was also causing a lot of problems there. Okay, so Cereal is another thing I can use. We just really need to find the Parasite and Tentacles. Hopefully we can refresh into them. They're both just common things, so they shouldn't be too difficult to find, you wouldn't think. I feel like I'm also just kind of getting to the point of where I almost have so much stuff unlocked that it's a lot harder to get into builds I want. I can turn a lot of things off from showing up in runs, but I don't think it quite... I don't know, it doesn't seem like it quite keeps up with how much extra stuff I have. So let's see. We have pinnacles that we want now. I want to keep energy saving mode. I want to keep that time stone. Probably want to keep these. Now we just need to see a parasite. I will take that as well. I'm probably gonna have to re-roll this even though I don't want to. I really want the parasite, but it's gonna be difficult to get. Now we can probably automate these guys with a time. These boundary stones are a really cool mechanic. They turn your wand into a conditional thing, or they can turn some of your slots of the wand into a conditional thing based on, like, if I put it here, it'll just affect the slots to the right. If I put it back here, it affects the whole wand. So in this case, it just builds up charge over time, and then automatically uses these whenever they're ready. And then we can't really set up well for the fireworks yet either. Hopefully we'll be able to do that soon, though. I need a low-cost projectile, like laser, or just basic projectiles. I always forget what they're called. Or even fuses would work. Then I can set up some of the tentacle stuff that I want to do. I feel like I probably refreshed a laser at some point there, which I probably shouldn't have done. But it's fine, we can find one later on. Oh, I had a key, I could have taken that bonus room. Oh well. I don't know if the tracking's actually doing much for the lasers. I don't think it is. I think I need, like, actual tracking instead of automatic navigate. I could put auto-navigate in these guys then, I guess. We'll help them out a little bit. Actually, it probably won't do a lot. If I didn't have fall in there, it would make their projectiles kind of track, but since I have fall, the projectiles just fall from the sky instead. So I guess what I can do for now is this. It's pretty much my only option. I might want it on, since it's a black hole that lasts for a while, I probably want it on Serial, where it casts a spell on the right with reduced mana cost when the spell on the left is flying. So what happens is I cast the black hole, and then... Why is it not working? Huh? That doesn't make sense. It should just be automatically spawning a bunch of tentacles, but I don't know why it isn't. I swear it worked before. I wasn't using the black hole projectile, but it should work the same way. That I'll have to try it with some other projectiles too then, I guess. I don't understand why it wouldn't work with the black hole. It should just be constantly spawning the tentacles as long as the black holes are in midair, but I don't know why it's not working right now. Cast the spell on the right with mana cost while the spell on the left is flying. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. I can do Echo instead, I guess, for now, then. I guess we can put some auto-navigate on there, it doesn't really matter. In fact, we'll probably just re-roll it here. I do want to keep the cooldown, though. That is nice. There's the parasite. So now we just gotta get it to the point of where we can spam down the tentacles as fast as possible. The on-hit one does work, it just has a little bit of a cooldown on it. So now every time the black hole hits something, it'll spawn, or almost every time it has a 0.3 second cooldown, it'll spawn a bunch of tentacles, then the tentacles are all gonna die and turn into parasites. Which should do a decent amount of damage, especially if I can get them to stack poison. I need to reroll a normal thing, but I don't really have a good way to do it right now. Actually, I don't need Accelerator. I can reroll that fine. Okay, Laser will work. We'll put the cooldown reduction there, and we'll put Fireworks instead. And now we should be able to spawn a ton of tentacles. Every time the laser hits, it turns into 4 different tentacles, is how it's working now. And I can cast lasers with pretty much no cooldown. I am going to need some extra mana cost reduction or mana regen speed, but after that we should be good. Then we can either just stack up the tentacles with the healing, or when they do die, they'll also turn into parasites that deal damage. So Parasite also just gives them extra attack speed, but so even if I'm healing them with my aura, which is going to happen often with how much range it has, even if I'm healing them, they're still getting a big boost from Parasite. So I'm not sure if it's honestly better just to keep them alive or not. With my effect radius, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get a lot of them killed. Ooh, Pandora's Box is a nice thing to have. I'm gonna have to remember that it's there, though. There's a 10% chance of losing max HP. That sounds really rough. Don't really like having all my wands set to 0 either. So now I think the main thing I need to find is Poison Shard. Both the really high amount of tentacles and the parasites that get spawned will both stack up poison. Ember Heart will also be nice, because it'll stack with the base relic that the summoner has. You can kind of cheese this room if you have an Evil Slayer sword somewhere in your inventory or your build. You're supposed to just survive for a certain amount of time in this room, but the Evil Slayer sword destroys projectiles, so it makes this room very, very easy. Oh, and we got a summon for that. We can stick that on this wand, I guess? Or maybe just... No, I think it'll waste too much MP if I put it on my main wand. Most of my damage is coming from tentacles and my passive aura. It's kind of what I would expect. I'm honestly surprised the tentacles aren't dealing more, though, considering how many of them I have down at once. I have to double check and see how high the base damage of the aura is, now that I have it at level 3. Maybe it's just a lot stronger at base value than I'm giving it credit for. But in Essence of Soul will be perfect. Guess I can change the cooldown? Essence of Soul gives any summon a new passive effect. With the tentacles, it makes it where after every 3 attacks, the next one will become a series of attacks. We do have multi-shot as well. Work with the fireworks. Only thing is, it'll probably just drain my MP. Could probably put that on the Evil Slayer swords, I guess. And then what do I need a reroll for? I know I need poison, but other than that, I'm not really sure. I can also switch out lasers for fuses. They'll be a little bit lower mana cost, though that doesn't really matter a whole lot at this point. Most of my mana is getting eaten when the Hand of Cthulhu spawn, when it'll spawn 4 at a time. I could get Magic Bullet to plus value, that would also be nice. That's gonna be hard to do with the current setup we've got right now. Got mostly rares, at least in terms of things I can actually upgrade. Or reroll, I mean. I have an extra penetration that I don't need, I can reroll that. But I'll probably keep the hammer, because it's just free passive damage. Maybe I won't keep the hammer, actually. The falling version of the hammers are kind of hard for me to look at. It's just the constant, like, flashing effects on screen that I have a difficult time with. I could keep them for later, though. Alright, and that'll just have to be good for now. In case I want to upgrade any of this stuff into level 2, I'll save them for now. I don't know how well the lasers on the books are working out. It seems like they work really well when they actually work, but a lot of times they'll also, too, just get pushed out of range. Or they can't keep up with enemies, maybe? I'm not sure. It seems like sometimes I'm getting a lot of value out of them, and then other times I'm not really getting much. That boss did go down really quickly, though. Most of it was the tentacle damage, and I'm surprised the eye summon is doing that much damage, because it doesn't really have anything on it. Guess we'll replace this wand. Kind of like just a better version of the wand I have there right now. And just stick the rune hammers on here. They'll kind of spin around and do passive damage. I don't want to sell most of this stuff. I can sell the black hole though, I won't be using that, and I can sell one of the extra fuses. I don't need to upgrade the fuse because I'm not using it for an actual fuse. I'm just using it for low MP cost. That was a lot of sword procs going off. I'm not sure if it'd just be better to switch this. I'll try switching it out. Actually, I could just put bullets there, because they're really low MP costs, would have cast them quickly. I think this is the first time I've seen this room layout. In order to get over to stuff like that, you would need to have either flight or something that would give you like a dash or a jump. You can do a lightning dash as a spell, or some of the characters also have dash, or not characters, but some of the set bonuses have a dash as an active move. Otherwise, I'm not sure if there's any other ways to cross gaps like that. Shop would be nice to find some extra spells that I need, but the problem is I'm gonna lose so much damage if I spend any money. Because I have the relic that makes it where I deal more damage the more money I have. I wish I would have gotten the gloves a lot earlier, but it's still nice to have them even now. Honestly, one of our curses kind of actually is a benefit to us now. One of the curses makes it where enemies can spawn as doubles instead of a single enemy. And then I have a chance to, or all enemies have a chance to drop extra money now, which will then turn into damage. Split would also make the... I think each version of the split could turn into fireworks, but I just don't have the MP for all that. I wonder how Fall is working in terms of... because this is just like a melee minion, so I don't know how Fall does anything on it. Maybe it just does passive AoE attacks. But it looks like, sadly, the tentacles, even though I'm spawning so many of them and I have them buffed, aren't even doing that much damage compared to the other summons. And the thing that's doing the most damage of them all is the auto-casted Evil Slayer swords, which are technically coming from a summon, but they're not really a summon themselves. Maybe here, where the tentacles have more time to stack DPS and summon more parasites, they'll do more damage. We'll see. Nope, the tentacles are still just getting way out damaged. Probably do something with Echo on this wand. Let's go into a forge so we can... Wanted that extra bullet. I should have moved it before this. That's fine though. We'll combine these, and then we'll have more room here. And do something with Echo here. Or when the pops hit something, they'll also spawn a Sword of Judgment. This will probably just run out of mana real quickly though, so it won't be something that's always active. And upgrade this, I guess, just to make sure my Grimoires stay alive. Maybe even keeping these alive would be better, since it seems like the Skull of Cthulhu's are doing a lot of my damage for some reason. I guess they're just pretty strong at base value. We could take out the... Instead of having the swords on the pops, we could do... We could also do something like this. It would just kind of give the Skull of Cthulhu's an extra AoE damage on their attacks. That might work. This would probably be good in our wand, in our tentacle wand. But finding a place to put it is the difficult part. I do have a capacity stone I can just throw in here as well. I would really like to see something like poison. I don't really want to reroll this, but I can reroll one of the hammers, I guess. It's not a big deal. There we go, Venom. Venom should get stacked up pretty quickly with how many tentacles there are, and then all of the parasites should stack it as well. And then, what do we want to duplicate? Do we want to duplicate Venom? Or the parasites? Probably Venom for now. And we'll see how this works. Now, even if the tentacles themselves aren't doing a whole lot of base value damage, they should, at the very least, be stacking poison very quickly, just due to how many there are. I think I'll save my key, actually. I'm not going to use it on that chest. And then also, I'm not sure if each of the... I think each of the umbilical cords can deal its own instance of damage. So since we have so many of them down, it should also deal a lot of hits that way and stack poison that way too. I can't see the room damage now. Oh nice, I got it first try. With that puzzle, you have to connect all of the lines together without ever crossing the same path twice. With Arcane Nova, we can spam a lot of Hand of Cthulhu's down very quickly now. I would have to take one poison off to do it. Yeah, that just eats my entire Wand's MP immediately, but look how many tentacles it spawns. So the Arcane Nova constantly shoots fuses for a low MP cost. It costs 500% of the MP, but you get 20 casts, so it ends up being cheaper that way. And then each fuse explodes into 4 Hands of Cthulhu's, which are tentacles, or which I just call tentacles. So now we can spawn them very quickly. We just need a way to have more mana regen. Which we could go to roll. Could go into the Forge and try to roll more mana regen stuff, but coins also give us more damage, so I'll go for that first. Or I'll go for that instead. Now, hopefully, the tentacles are getting more up there in damage. If they're still not doing damage, then I don't really know. They're really not. Huh. We'll have to see on the boss fight when they have more time to attack. There is also another passive for summons that makes it where they can fuse together. I think it's an epic rank thing, though, so I don't know if we'll see it. That might be another way to buff the summons a little more. I didn't really notice anything I didn't notice anything too special about it when I did have it on a different run. You'd think with how many tentacles though that are getting spawned at once, they would do better damage. And I guess, honestly, even, like, as just a poison stacking tool, there's probably a lot better options, too. I don't think Reflection works with the things I have right now. We can look at it. I guess it would work with the magic bullets. That way it'll stack up this faster. Otherwise, I don't know if there's really much else I can do right now. I can put crit on this. That's probably about it. Oh, I forgot that the Skull of Cthulhu gains DPS equal to 10% of the one's max MP. That could be part of the reason why it's doing good damage, just from the extra MP I have from passive effects. Mostly on my, like, meta progression stuff. That might be also a build to try, just having super high MP on a wand, and then having the Cthulhu passive, or Cthulhu summons there. That might be a way to get really high damage out of a summoner build. Okay, maybe on a target like a boss that has a little more time to survive, the tentacles can get DPS in. We'll see. Oh, the game is lagging. There's so much going on right now. The boss has 8,000 poison stacks on it right now, and that didn't really take that long to stack up either. Problem is, I cannot see the boss attack patterns with all this going on. Even with the transparency turned down on attack effects, it becomes really hard to see in this game if you have something stupid going on like this. I guess I just replace this. It's some free extra MP regen for my main wand, which is one of the main things I need. I don't really care about this stuff, but it doesn't matter either way. I reset the room damage. I'm not sure what causes the room damage to stop showing. It might be as soon as you pick up the reward for the room, I'm not sure. A lot of times I'll go to check it and it'll just not be there anymore. So I can put that there as well. I don't think I really care about making it charge any faster. I just need the summons to stay alive when they actually do charge, so I think that's the better option there. Then I don't think there's really anything else I can do. I could make these also split into Sword of Judgments, but I don't know if there's a whole lot of a point to it. I guess it's charging fast enough that it doesn't really matter. I can try it. I don't even know what I'm re-rolling for. at this point. Summoner builds are really weird to build into. I guess max MP on a wand wouldn't be that bad. It's one of my summon scales off of it. Some extra poison stacking also isn't a bad thing to have, pretty much ever. Don't really need multi-shot there, it's not that big of a deal. I can just replace it with poison. There are a lot of arcane explosions going on. I guess because both the Skull of Cthulhu and the Pops are proccing it at the same time. Guess another thing I kind of need is more MP regen, but at the same time I don't have any slots pretty much available. Unless I put another expansion stone on there, which I could do. Alright, well, let's see how this goes, I guess. I'm not really too keen on the build I've gotten going. But we'll see. I see a whole lot of damage numbers going off, but not a whole lot of actual damage. Can't really see what I'm supposed to be dodging either, is another big problem. Okay, so what did damage there? Basically entirely the poison. Tentacles actually outdamaged my other stuff there. And the umbilical cords actually did a decent amount of damage. Not really anything too notable, though. I should probably just grab Berserker here, because I'm definitely going to be below half soon. Sad thing is, I know if I just put something like Water Bubble here, instead of the Hand of Cthulhu's, the build instantly just becomes way stronger. I wanted to use the summons for something, like a full summoner build. Especially, like, the whole concept of just spawning a whole bunch of Hand of Cthulhu's really quickly seems fun, but at the same time it's not really doing a whole lot. We'll switch things like that, I guess. And then I'm sure this build will become... Oops. We need it like this, and then we can put a damage boost here, I guess, since we have an extra... Why do we have an extra slot open? Well, anyways. If I do this, I'm sure the build just does a lot more damage. Maybe not. I thought they'd be dealing way more damage. I know there are setups with the... I've had a setup with the water mines where they were able to just pretty much nuke any boss. But I guess it just doesn't work with the current setup that I have. I know these bosses get quite tanky, but I would expect just a lot more damage out of the build in general. Since I have Prospector's pickaxe giving me 200% damage increase. I feel like this boss fight definitely probably would have been over. Here, I'm gonna do something. It's technically cheating, but for the sake of just testing things out, I don't mind. If you go back to the main menu, you can actually just kind of retry the fights. It's not something I would ever use normally, outside of testing purposes. I'm curious to see how much a better build it would be with the Hand of Cthulhu setup that I had before. And I think the poison would be better here, with all these sort of judgments that get spawned. And then I think I mimic poison instead of precise shot. I think most of my damage right now is just gonna come from poison stacking. That's kind of my only hope. On a boss like this, it should be really easy to stack a lot of the umbilical cord hits as well, since it doesn't move around at all, and it's pretty big. So those should also go a long ways towards stacking poison. Assuming they actually, like, all hit individually, which I have no idea. There's way too many hits going on right now to be able to even tell. But I would assume they can all hit individually. Still don't think there's any way I'm making it through this area, though, with this build. Which is fine. Trying to see how many poison stacks it has on. I think it's like 4,000 right now. It's hard to see, though. There's way too many damage numbers stacked on top of that thing at once. And then I bet all my poison, or all my damage came from poison again. Yep, basically all from poison. A little bit from the umbilical cord, but most of it was from poison. And now I'm definitely dead here. I still have a revive, but even then, I don't think there's any way I'm making it through. I'll have to unlock the rest of the, or at least one of the other summons, and see if it's any better than these. Other than that, I'm kind of out of ideas for summoner builds. I think, yeah, I still have the revive here. But that might also be a source of just where I screwed up the build. Guess we'll go for a Rageful Eye here. Since I'm pretty much going to be low HP anyways. Maybe this will help, not having the fireworks on there. Maybe we also move the Mimicry Cube up there. I think this is going to be my main source of poison stacking. Could also combine that to save up another slot. MP regen would be nice to have. I think of what else. Save the spell damage for here. And then I could probably reroll one of these. Wonder how much crit rate would do for these. Would fall work on them? Probably wouldn't really do much, even if it did. We could get level 2 Essence of Soul, that might also help. But I could reroll. I think I have an extra rare somewhere. Yeah, I can reroll this. Now every 2 attacks, they do their chain attack, instead of every... I think it was like 3 before, maybe 4. I don't remember. I'm trying to think of if this would be worth it as well. Did I No, I didn't re-roll a mana regen. I think just having more of them out by having mana regen would be more useful. That might be all I can reroll now. I would like to get a third Umbilical Cord, but I would have to reroll Tranquil Bloom for that. And I'm probably getting close to being out of rerolls. Is there any way to tell, like, how many rerolls you have left? I haven't been able to figure that out on the Reforging Furnace. I don't see any, like, indicator for how many Reforges you have left. Be nice if there was. That probably wouldn't be worth it there. Alright, let's try this, I guess. Probably start re-rolling this, just in case I get a third Fireworks. Actually, it'd be better to re-roll the Evil Slayer Sword. I don't think we'll be getting to a point where we need the other expansion stone, but might as well save it just in case. Let's see if this does any better. I feel like I actually do get way more tentacles down this way too, compared to the Fireworks setup. But I'm not sure about that. Feels like, considering how many of them I have down, I should be doing way more damage than I am. But I guess the upside is also that I'm very safe this way if I just sit behind the tentacles. Between the tentacles blocking hits for me and all the swords destroying projectiles, they'll keep me pretty safe. Not much I can complain about of being able to just sit in the corner of the room and kill a boss that way. I did feel a little bit stronger, too. Even then, that's so weird. Me just having a random summon here, without even really being buffed too much, is out-damaging all of these tentacles that I'm spawning at once. It seems really weird to me. Now, the tentacles are the main reason why we're getting the 2 million poison damage, but even then, I'd like it if the tentacles were doing more of their own damage. Ooh, we have strong traction. Can I even put that in? I don't know if I can slot that in right now without dying. It'd be really nice for this boss fight. This boss fight could definitely be the death of me. Do these have crit rate? They have 18. I really want to swap this. It's really difficult to do on controller, though. Let's see what I can do. Traction will just do so much in this fight against the extra summons. Even though the 18% crit rate isn't too high, we have so many tentacles that they're going to be critting often. The problem is one of these empowered enemies can just... I don't know exactly how it works, if they just get faster over time, or if it's based on anything in particular, but one of the summons here can just become faster than your character, and you can't really do a whole lot about it at that point. It'll just run you down. This boss, as well, like just the boss itself, is pretty annoying to fight without high move speed. He moves very quickly as well. Let's see. The extra additional enemies are dying quick enough that they shouldn't outspeed me. But I definitely could have problems with the boss itself. I'm also just having a really hard time seeing the boss attacks. I should probably turn down my transparency a little bit more. It's hard to balance things between, like, having it be visible enough for the viewer, as well as me being able to play properly. I'm honestly surprised I made it through that. Made it through this far, at least. I thought I would have died a couple bosses ago. And honestly, I would have if I didn't cheese the game. But, like I said, I think it's fine for testing purposes, for testing some builds. If I had tracking, I could make good use of the serpents here. Serpents are also a really good source of stacking poison if you have tracking on them. Looks like some of my summons are just pretty much getting one shot at this point. It's hard to tell, though. But these two bosses, if you can, you want to try and kill them at close to the same time. Because as soon as one of them dies, the other one goes into a berserk state, where they're much stronger. They have a lot harder attack patterns and stuff. So if you can kill them pretty close together, then you can avoid that entire thing. Yeah, and I don't really know what I need to reforge into at this point. I think I can take traction off. I shouldn't need traction. That's mostly an AoE thing. I can just layer another set of poison on, I guess. poison is pretty much the only thing that I'm doing damage with right now. At this point, I feel like I could also almost just take the parasites off. I don't think they're doing a whole lot. And let's just refresh them. Should have saved that extra poison, probably. I also really want another battery energy saving mode. Nope, I didn't get one. I guess what I'll do is I'll go less MP cost on this. That way I can just have more tentacles out at once. And then, do I really need Fall here? Probably not for boss fights. I guess I can just go crit there. I don't think it really is gonna matter a whole lot either way. Let me see what I have for potions. I should probably just pop this now. Even though it would be better to pop at lower HP, I don't want to try and use it in the middle of the fight. I really don't have too high of hopes for this boss fight, though. Well, we'll see how it goes. I didn't expect to get to this boss in the first place, so maybe I'll make it through. The damage output at this point is just really pathetically low. Let me go ahead and turn down... Oh, I need to turn down the summoned unit transparency. That's probably what my problem was. I can turn it up just a little bit more. Yeah, at the very least, even if it doesn't have a ton of damage, between the tentacles blocking a bunch of hits for me, and the swords automatically blocking a lot of the projectiles, or erasing a lot of the projectiles, it's a pretty safe build in a lot of fights, as long as the boss isn't, like, jumping onto me. So it's got that going for it, at least. Oh, there goes my shields. I haven't fought this boss enough times to really know what its attack patterns are yet, either. The couple of times I have fought this boss, I've usually just killed it within 30 seconds or less. Usually the only times I get here are when I have a really broken build set up. Oh, these patterns get really crazy. Thank God for my summons just blocking most of them. I've never had the phase live long enough to start doing those patterns. I'm really surprised that I won that run. It feels like I had such a good setup in terms of like Prospector's Pickaxe and stuff. I had a 361% damage bonus, but my damage just did not feel that good. If it wasn't for poison stacking, I would not have dealt damage that run at all. Look at that. 70% of my damage just came from the poison stacks. And then it's still so weird to me that the eye summons are dealing as much damage, if not more in some cases, than the tentacles, despite me having like 30 plus tentacles down at once. Well, either way, a run's a run. At least I managed to beat it out and beat it at the end. I still want to find a better setup for summons, though, but it might be something that it'll definitely be something that I'll have to experiment around with more. Unlocking the giant troll might help. There's also a self-destructing insect nest. I think that's the other summon that I haven't gotten yet. Maybe those two will help. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me. I've been streaming for probably about 4 hours. Wow, it's actually 5 hours. The runs in this game get so long, and you don't even recognize it because you're just playing through the runs. That run was probably around an hour and a half then, if not closer to 2 hours. Oh well, that's fine. Anyways, thank you anyone who showed up to watch the stream. I had fun streaming and chatting with some of you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you around in the next one, and I hope you guys have a great day.